My camera is not working. Oh no. Well, I was supposed to do the usual intro saying good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time and all that. But seems like we've got some maintenance to do. Huh. Well, okay. So what gives? Give me a moment. Oh, I see what the problem is. There we go. I need to probably take a look at that after the stream to make sure this is working moving forward. It's the software that I use for my webcam, so background subtraction thingy, so that you know you only see me. It was apparently set to the wrong device. Anyways, how you do? Today we will be going back into developing on MonsterStone, where we left off yesterday with working on some upgrades. So that's exactly what we'll be touching upon today. And let's just get right into it, because we kind of just left it all where we sort of finished off yesterday. And we have all these icons now that we need to implement into actual upgrades. So let me just gather my thoughts, I guess. We'll need the UI canvas, and we will need the upgrade menu UI, the list, and find the whole hierarchy. There we go. Then we need to add upgrades for all of these icons, so that's gonna take a second. And then once we're done with that, of course, we'll actually implement the stat changes in the correct places so that they actually do something. Is the idea anyway. Okay, so what would be the most efficient way of doing this? Because we not only need to make the icons, but we also need to make the actual upgrades. Because if we duplicate that, that gives us a template to work with, and then we just, you know, change out the icon. Oh shit. I see an issue with the naming convention I went with now. Does it actually matter though? Because right now it's like sorted by tier first, and then sort of upgrade type or area, right? So so first we have the, why is there only 4 speed upgrades? Why is this? Oh, because it's W. Okay, that's I also know why that is. It's because it doesn't say general in front. Maybe we should do that real quick, just for sort of keeping the icons managed in a bit better way. So if we just add a G for general, it doesn't become like super long. If we add that to the front of every single one, then that should move that up there. And I think, see, this is the question I need to ask myself, because if I sort by tier, it makes sense in terms of the upgrade menu, because it's tier first and then type. So in order to find the tier 1 upgrades, it's going to be easier that way. However, it does mean that if for some reason I'm missing an icon, I wouldn't be able to tell at first glance until I actually end up needing it. I guess that's not really a big concern. It would make it a bit easier to work with, because you could just see like, okay, these 5 upgrades would all be wood related or whatever. But nah, let's just keep it like this. Alright, now we have to re-import them because I changed the name. Does that actually... Yeah, okay. Right, because I didn't change it in Unity. Should probably be a bit careful with that. Okay, nope, not you. So we were missing that sprite, and this was wood cutting. Okay, let's just do this real quick. And then go back a second. That one. So let's start actually by doing the general upgrades, because there's at least 5 of those. And let's sort them based on the appearance in the list. So the reason why woodcutting and mining is in the top is those are the current, like, most primary ones. Trees and rocks are very much in your face. The herb bushes and fish in the water are also kind of, you know, easy to spot, but they're not as abundant because of the placement sort of restrictions, if you will, and enemies even less so because they require the the mob spawners essentially. Anyway, that, and then it's herbs. After herbs, we have fishing, and finally monster hunting. That's not the one. There you go. Okay. So let's just do all of these. So this would be tier 1. Oh, right. Actually, this is the wrong one. This should be the T1. And this is another T1, of course. Herbs. This one. Because these are the upgrades for the auto harvesters in the game, right? And T1 auto fishing. And then T1 auto hunting. And this is part of why I wanted to get all the icons in place, because if I disable the hierarchies here, it moves, or it doesn't move them, but you know, by hiding the hierarchies that we've already done, I can see them in my UI sort of preview here, but it's like I can't directly or easily interact with it. So by having all the icons already made now, should make it a bit easier to actually get all the upgrades implemented one at a, like, still one at a time, but you know, do all of them at once. Hopefully that should reduce the room for error. Nope, not that one, not that one. That one. Of course, I do have the foraging skill or harvesting amount upgrade in there, but it's not going to be used for obvious reasons. Or not obvious reasons. Because right now I'm not aiming towards actually implementing that at any point in time soon. If ever, that is. Okay, let's collapse these. I'm not gonna bother renaming all the hierarchies yet, because that sort of also gives me an idea where, like, how far we are down. How close to being done we are, I mean. Because this is just changing the image of the upgrade icons. It doesn't actually change what we're upgrading. One thing at a time, so T3. Because right now, like, I've felt that the auto harvesters definitely need some kind of upgrades in order to be viable even beyond the first level almost. Since right now there's no way to upgrade them, they are perpetually stuck in always, you know, harvesting one resource per node at a time. Granted, you know, it's still an AoE harvesting effect and all, but it is still one at a time. And yes, you can leave the auto harvesters in a level while you go to another level and do something else there, and it will continue to collect resources for you until the resources in its vicinity are all gone, of course. So there is that, you know, you can sort of do halfway AFK resource harvesting that way. But it's more meant as like a tool or supplement rather than like a primary method. Part of the reason why that is because I don't want to design the game around requiring all these essentially time-gated mechanics, right? Because the auto harvesters are just that. They're sort of gated by time, so if it becomes a matter of, oh, you need the auto harvesters integrated into the core design of the game, and that makes them like mandatory to, like, you know, use to their full effect, that could very quickly evolve into a situation where you basically can't enjoy the game without them, right? And that's not really a good place to be, if you ask me. Because if it gets to that point, then that probably means that the upgrades that you have for your manual harvesting is not implemented well enough, essentially. But that's just my thoughts on it. And another one. That's all the icons for tier 4. Now we just got T5 icons left to do. Well, at least for these initial upgrades. Keep accidentally duplicating the foraging icons that are not going to be used. Just need to quickly test something. Okay. I just remembered yesterday that my microphone wasn't set up in OBS properly either, so I just double checking to make sure that wasn't the case today. Didn't seem like it when I was checking earlier, but you know. Doesn't hurt to be sure. Okay, well, let's see here. So let's go back to T1. Because the next step is to actually implement the upgrades, isn't it? Right, and that's where that's where we probably want to open Visual Studio. There we go. Because we were using the actual variable names in order to define a string that then enables the game to tell apart what kind of upgrade type it is. And this doesn't have the sprite because we made those yesterday and I just fucked them up by accident. So let's just see. Right. I don't know how much the speed should be. Like what the description should say. That of upgrade improves the speed of the forester by, like, could say something like, you know, 0.1 second per upgrade. Wood auto harvesting speed. Got the texture, we get the folder correct. Yes. And then the upgrade type for this is wood 1. I can always go back and change that, of course. But the thing is, we need to change or duplicate and then change the actual contents, and so that we have one for mineral, one for fish, and so forward. Mineral auto harvesting speed improves the speed of the miner. We'll just leave the costs for now because that's something I'll just figure out eventually. That's like a balancing issue, not making it actually work first. Actually, let's see here real quick. Creature, fish, forage, herb, mineral, wood. Upgrades the amount of damage dealt to tier 1 creatures. But it doesn't say by how much. Actually, yeah, it doesn't say by how much. Oh wait, that one does. Oh, right, because this is damage. Upgrades the amount of damage dealt to tier 1 creatures by 1 per upgrades. Is what it needed. My suspicion is that that also holds true for the others. Yeah. Just add those in whilst I am here. I don't know if it's gonna stay like flat out 1 increase per upgrade. At the moment though, that's probably for the best. So what do the others say? Upgrades the harvested amount of tier 1 fish by 1 per upgrade. It does need the manual keyword in there too. Upgrades the amount of manual damage. Gonna be a pain in the ass to add in everywhere. There's the manual harvested amount. Of tier 1 fish by 1 per upgrade. Let's just change all these. Upgrades the menu. See, this is where grammar becomes weird. Upgrades the manually harvested amount, right? Oh. Right. Because I put it in front. Upgrades the amount of manual damage. Or upgrades the manual amount of damage. I guess to be consistent, it should be the manual amount. Upgrades the manual amount of damage dealt to tier 1 creatures by 1 per upgrade. And then upgrades the manual harvested amount of tier 1 fish. Unless we want to keep it even more consistent. Upgrades the manual amount of harvested tier 1 fish. Amount of harvested tier 1. Or does it? Because otherwise it would have to be like upgrades the manually harvested amount of tier 1 fish. That actually does sound a little bit better, but how does that work for damage, I wonder? Upgrades the manually harvested amount of tier 1 fish. Upgrades the manual dealt damage to tier 1. Because basically you're dealing damage, but you're harvesting resources. That's the difference, right? Just try this for fun. See how the warning comes out. Manually dealt amount of damage. Okay, that might work. Upgrades the manually dealt amount of damage to tier 1 creatures by 1 per upgrade. Upgrades the manually harvested amount of tier 1 fish by 1 per upgrade. Okay. Fix that up. Because once we're done with something more final for these, we can touch on the auto ones. Let's actually just copy this over. Upgrades the automatically harvested. Upgrades the automatically harvested amount of tier 1 resource, tier 1 wood by 1 per upgrade. Question is if I should include the name of the auto harvester, which is in this case the forester. Like we could say the forester's auto harvested, automatically auto harvested amount of tier 1 wood. So that we basically make it clear exactly which auto harvest this one is. I mean, you can see it on the icons, but the text needs to follow suit, right? Can't just do it half-assed at this point. Tier 1 forester wood amount, maybe, for the name of it. So it's like the question, do I need to specify that this is manual wood amount and not auto wood amount? Because that's the thing though that I'm still debating on. Because everywhere where it's not explicitly mentioned otherwise, it's, you know, inferred that it's going to be your manual harvesting skills, because that's the primary one. At least that is kind of the idea anyway. Tier 1 mineral. And that's the thing, for the internal naming convention, it doesn't matter if it doesn't specify whether or not it's auto or not. Well, at least some way to differentiate them, rather. But as long as it has some way of differentiating it, it doesn't matter how it does it. And I could technically leave out the keyword for the type of resources, because the miner always does minerals, forester always does trees like wood. And this is gonna be a huge fucking place where there's bound to be mistakes made. Mineral, is it just herb? Yeah. Tier 1 herbalist. Upgrades the herbalist's auto harvested amount of tier 1 herbs by 1. Nope, don't duplicate that one. Fish. Fish 1. Tier 1 Fisher amount. No, I just need to do creature. Kreatur. Tier 1 creature damage. Tier 1, and it's Monster Hunter damage, not amount in this case. Monster Hunters. Well, damage to tier 1 monsters? Creatures. Upgrades the manually dealt amount of damage to. Upgrades the Monster Hunter's auto dealt damage. We'll just keep this logic for now and then we'll see if I'll change my mind. And we'll also need the upgrades. What? The upgrades icons. Minerals. And wood. Okay. Didn't finish up these ones though, so let's see. About finishing those up too. Let me just figure out here. So this is just Monster Hunter damage because now we're like specifying that it's a Monster Hunter. So for these, I don't need to specify that it's auto if I say Herbalist Harvesting Speed, right? Put in the herbalist keyword there. And the next one. Fish. And the monster hunter. Monster hunter. Damaging speed. Still haven't made up my mind if Monster Hunter should have both words or part of the thing like capitalized. Could also just say instead of damaging speed or hurting speed, it's just like Monster Hunter speed upgrade, you know? Then do the same with the other Fisher speed, Herbalist speed, and the rest too. Okay. So far so good. Just collapse all these. So you should already have the wood auto harvester speed upgrade. Let's just assign them all. Okay, that should be those auto harvesting grades. D1 mineral auto harvesting. If we use the auto keyword, shouldn't be too difficult to find them. Okay, let's just see how if we've set these up correctly so far. Don't know what the fuck I've done to my shoulder last night. Or actually not last night, but yesterday I woke up with like a really stiff neck for some reason. It's fine before I went to bed. So I don't know what the hell I'd been doing in my sleep. Must have like lied on my shoulder in a weird way that just, I don't know, turning around or something just dislodged something it shouldn't have. And it's just sore from being popped back into place. I really don't know. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, those are not the right icons for the fish. Those two are not right. Those are using the Fisher. Oh, okay. Okay. The others look right though. So we need to go back into the general. Nope, not general. That one. Fish auto harvesting speed upgrade. Oh, did I not? Oh. Oh, right. Okay, so everything is right. I just forgot to change the icon. That one and that one. All right. Now, technically, we don't need to touch upon T2 and everything else at the moment, so might be a good idea not to do that until it becomes relevant. And then just make it work for T1, because if it works for T1, then it will automatically work for all the tiers. So... Dun dun dun. How do these upgrades work again? So we click the button, check if we have enough resources. And then if it's Uchi, then we increment the upgrade level of the element variables by 1 and update text accordingly. And then we reset a flag before doing the rest, which is... Yeah, I remember we separated these two. This one updates the upgrade cost so that whenever you increment the upgrade itself, it also updates what it actually costs to upgrade it further. So this is where we're checking, or rather where we're doing like the actual upgrade itself. So instead of doing it like this on that exit, then we're gonna be doing like this instead. Now the question is, if I can how much I can generalize this code so I can just reuse it. This should always be the same. I have an idea on how we can generalize it somewhat, or at least reuse parts of the code. If we use a select on flow, then based on where that flow comes through, it will pass another variable along. So in other words, if we feed the upgrade, because there's basically, the way it works is that there's a list for every single type of upgrade that then contains the level of every upgrade. And then wherever we're using those upgrades for the respective tiers and whatnot, we basically take that number and multiply it, or whatever, like we manipulate that number, which is the amount of upgrades you have, with whatever we want it to be. So say if we wanted to increase, like have an upgrade that specifically increases your damage by 5-fold, then the upgrade amount would still just be like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then when we're doing the actual calculation of the damage, then we would just multiply that number by 5, for instance. Or like in the terms, like in relation to the auto harvester speed, we would, you know, not add 1 per level, but 0.1 instead, or rather, you know, remove it actually. So the levels are what we're storing, and then we just sort of scale that up or down to, or scale that with whatever the upgrade is supposed to carry out, which in other words means that the actual handling of these upgrades should be pretty straightforward. So if we take our stats manager, right, we'll basically have all these lists that are going to have 30 entries which get populated at startup, or should be populated at startup, according to how many entries there are here. And then it's just like, oh, okay, wood T1 harvest archetype amount would be like level 30 or whatever, which just means that our ability to harvest T1 wood resources manually would be improved by 30 times. So, or that is one other way to look at it. So in other words, what we need to implement for this upgrade list here, or system here, is those, adding all those different lists as conditional like variables. So essentially, instead of doing this and then you know, copy pasting this 12 times over for every upgrade, we would need to do it again. Instead, we can do it a little bit cleaner by feeding this variable through here instead, and then passing that along as the list. So essentially, if this goes true, because we still need to do all these, like this is still going to take a lot of space, because we need to check, oh, if is it this string, okay, then the A track, but then if it's the next string, then it's the B track, and so forth. So essentially, like, if we do this now, code execution should be exactly the same. The rest here is just like generic calculation of the upgrade level as far as I know. And then the archetypes, as I just said, is that very, very generalized list now, which just contains all the areas in which we can upgrade stuff. Bum bum bum. Where did it go? Which does kind of remind me of something. Because there's not a entry for the general upgrades. How do we do this? When I'm referring to the general upgrades, I'm talking about these up here, right? Because they don't care about what tier of resources for the speed. They just care about the type of resource. So the tiers are irrelevant to those. I could be lazy, and I might just do that. And then just say like, oh, for the general variables, it just uses T1 basically as the default fallback. Because it doesn't matter essentially if it's T1, T3, or T5, as long as it's consistently used wherever we're using the general variables in the future. So it just means that, you know, internally they're technically considered always T1, but they don't care what tier resources they don't care about the tier at all. But what it would mean in essence is that it would still populate the list with 30 entries for auto harvest speed, and I guess, you know, also for the size and amount percentage, because that's how the code would work out. But then it's just like, oh, it's going to be index 0, and then the next one it's going to use is index 5, and then the rest are just going to be like it's going to make a larger list, but it's just going to say 1 1 1 1 1 until it goes to the next, which is then going to be the actual upgrade. Not super pretty approach, I'm going to be honest. But I can't exactly just add 5 more entries to this either that say, oh, general upgrade. Can I? Or actually, I might be able to just call it wood G, mineral G, crystal G. But then it wouldn't really, like, it wouldn't solve the problem. Because it would still, yeah. Unless I make a separate, like a second list for general variables, like general upgrades. So right now we're doing harvest archetypes. And if I do a general one, then it could be like wood, mineral, crystal, herb, fish, creature. And that would be all. And then, see, this is the only thing I can sort of not really see right now, but the main issue here could be that if at some point I want to add something that is an upgrade that is not in any way, shape, or form related to harvesting directly resources, but say, what could actually be an example of this? I guess an example could be like a general upgrade to improve your, I don't know, yield on secondary resources, for instance, if something like that. Because the secondary resources, they are technically typed. Like they have a type and a tier associated with them, but they're like a little bit more varied. Because they fall into categories such as gems, metal bars, cut stone, branches, planks, coin, shrimp. I think monster parts, meat, cloth, fur, magical essence. So we're talking about like anything that's not like, oh, you know, wood logs is wood cutting. Rough stone is mineral harvesting. So are crystals, though. They also fall within minerals. So it's like, you know, if I really wanted to make an extended upgrade system, we have essentially what, 21 different types of like actual types of resources if you categorize them based on how they're sorted, you know. I wonder, because these are the secondary resources. No, we need the scriptable object. Yeah, so they don't have an archetype defined whatsoever. Which they don't, because the only thing I need that for is actually like, or so far has been to deal the harvesting damage, right? All these, you just collect all of the secondary resources just by clicking on them. You don't need to be able to deal damage to them. But if we wanted to, I could technically add resource archetypes to these as well. And then make a secondary list for these sort of secondary resources that then gets checked whenever you click one of these to see if you have an upgrade that or in the opposite way around, to create upgrades that affect these resource archetypes. And then I could maybe use the naming convention from the sorting list. It's a big if though, or a big maybe. Here are the primary resources, so they are like herb 1, mineral 1, fish 1, wood 1, and so forth. These are idle resource scriptable objects, and so are the secondary resources. So they're all following the same scriptable objects, which, you know, was probably a good idea. Just to generalize it all, because everything's a resource. It's just a matter of what type of resource. And the reason why I'm thinking about this now is because once I start implementing the lists here, I really shouldn't or wouldn't want it to be like massive changes down the line, because that's going to require a lot of refactoring then. Ooh, what to do? Just go back and take a look at how it actually works again. Maybe I'll be able to make up my mind then. So we first check if it contains, like the upgrade type contains a certain string. Based on that string, we define which list of upgrades we want to utilize, or we're like affecting essentially. And then we go through our resource archetypes. And then idle element upgrades, so that's like the script, like a local reference, this one. So this is the local reference to the scriptable object. So on this upgrade, it basically goes in, checks the scriptable object's upgrade archetype, and if that string equals the harvest archetype there, it continues and then uses that index in order to calculate and set the upgrade level. Now what that means for us is, if I were to generate or create another list for upgrades that do not follow these core harvesting archetypes, but rather general upgrades or something like that instead. Then it would go through the harvest archetypes, which has 30 indices. I've never really understood how to pronounce that, but you know, indexes. But then essentially finding that string, and then it would have to be like wood 1, for instance, for the wood auto harvester, or wood 1 to 5, really doesn't actually matter which one. But then it would take that list that we're storing it in and setting index, well, 0 in this case. But then for mineral, as I explained earlier, it would be what, index 6? I think it was, right? Index 5, because it's 0 index, right. And then for, actually, why is crystal a thing here? Hold on. I don't have crystal specific upgrades. I can actually save some space on this list. I wonder how. That's probably gonna fuck up some stuff in terms of saving and loading. That's the other thing I'm a little bit worried about, making these lists and then expanding them later, right? It's probably fine if you're expanding them, but if we're talking about doing what I am technically doing right now, which is moving things around, that might not be such a good idea. Because in my save list, this is essentially also what, like when we're saving the game and loading, this should also be what we're using to actually store or upgrade levels for when we load the game next time. But I guess for the upgrades that are general, we don't necessarily need to use the harvest archetypes in order to set an index. We could technically just use the have a different piece of code for the general upgrades instead, that then just goes through the carried along list that it pulls based off of the string. So it's like, oh, if the string contains general whatever upgrade name, then it pulls the stats manager's like respective list, and then it passes that on to a for loop. We go through the loop, and then if the string entry for the upgrade archetype matches, then we set that item, actually, because then we're setting the list directly instead of using another list to reference what index to get it by. Yeah, because then it would be like general wood, general mineral, general, right? And that should actually work. Okay. So I think I know how to do this now. That just means that we still have to actually do things. So we did the auto harvest archetype amount, right? And that one. So this is the string. No, that's these. No, that was the general ones. Let's wait with those. Auto harvest archetype amount. Let's do that one first. So essentially we'll want this, but then I would say auto harvest archetype amount. This is where it's gonna get messy probably. But yeah, the reason why I did this is then we can just add more sequence steps to this so that, oh, that was the wrong place. We basically check, oh, is it this? No. Then is it this? No. Is it this? Is it this? And this. So we just do all those checks essentially. We'll probably make it look better by moving things a little bit further apart. This just also means that I don't need as many nodes to actually do all of this. So stats manager, right? Auto harvest archetypes amount would be the next list in this case. But, you know, gotten from the same thing. Stats manager. This is just like, oh, it stats manager, and then we can just add all these like nodes until we have every single list, and then just extend this with more branches. So now it should actually already work for the auto upgrades. Let's move this up to here. Because clearly this is all done up here and not sure. This is probably just a leftover. The sequence step without a serif step for some reason. Doesn't really matter. But that cleans this up a little bit better. Okay. We do have to go into the idle clicker real quick though and grab something and move it, I think. Because in here we have something called initialize general variables. And we need to pull out this essentially and move it into the stats manager. Yes. Then we also don't need to have the reference to the stats manager here. Okay, is there a better way of doing this? because this is what initializes the lists here. So for each item, basically, like for the whole length of harvest archetypes list, we go for a loop and then we add first 2 harvest archetypes amount. A value of 1 essentially. So we could change this. So it's a bit more generic, I guess. Iterate through harvest archetypes in this is because we basically just need that for iterating through something. I might not even need this. Actually, no, wait, let's just keep this in case I want to expand this later. So essentially, the rest here is just going to be like list after list after list being populated. And I don't see any really more efficient way of doing it as of right now, so we'd essentially just want the harvest. Actually, let's do stats manager space copy paste that amount. Yeah, because there's a lot. Let's just add all the lists first in the order that they are in the inspector, because it's a lot of lists after all. Auto amount. And then the percentage. That's the thing, I can just like decide not to use the percentage lists. Auto speed. Oh, it's processing building amount. Those upgrades are also going to be pretty important for the current version of the game. Moving forward, at least. Processing building amount percentage. Because right now, like, it doesn't, they don't really scale at all. Because every time you complete a level, they just like, depending on the level modifier when you get the buildings, then they produce more resources at a time, but they also take longer in order to generate those resources, which the net effect is that you always just produce the same amount. Okay, but obviously this is a lot of lists, so it's like, this is what I meant by I don't really see any better way of doing it right now. Because these are all specific lists that are referenced. So unless there was like a generic way that I could say like, oh, for every list in this list of lists, which might be possible. Because then I could just like add all these variables to like one combined like reference and then just pull them in and say like, oh, for all this shit, for each and every list, go in and initialize their variables to level 1. And yeah, it has to be level 1 because obviously if I'm multiplying or scaling the effect of this variable in the long run, right? It means that you need a starting point. And if starting point is 0, well, 0 multiplied by 1 is still 0. Which, you know, for your, just as a case, for your manual harvesting speed would mean that you would harvest 0 per click instead of 1. Since it's like using that in the damage calculation. Granted, I could also say like, oh, initialize all these lists to 0, and then just add 1 wherever need it be. Which actually might... Actually, that might be something I should do. So initialize the lists to 0. And then just add 1 to wherever I'm dealing harvesting damage. It's like a flat additive. So let's do that. Might as well. Because that, I just realized that for some upgrades, if they're at 1, they actually need to be, or if they are at 0, they actually need to be, like, starting point upgrade. They have to be 0. So instead of, in those cases, subtracting 0.1 from, like, the speed or something along those lines, then... Yeah, because that means that I could also, yeah, this means that I can have better control, because everywhere that it does, like in some cases I might not want it to be like, you know, starting point is 1 or multiplied by x, but rather that starting point is actually an offset, right? So the default, let's say the size for the auto harvesters, right? The default size might be like 30 or something, you know, because it's a size or whatever measurement it's given in. Yeah. So instead of, in those cases, adding 21 to the default value or whatever, then I think just starting by 0 and then adding it in the logic where it's utilized might be better. So as to not break the game, let's just go in and fix that, I guess. So harvestable object, set click strength, test manager, harvest archetypes amount, get item. So this gets the number. So this is probably, yeah, this is when we need to set the click strength, which is a temporary variable that we store. It's mainly so that I can also debug this, by the way. But we do float lit, no, lit. So for click damage, you know, minimum damage is always going to be 1 plus the upgrades, essentially. For the time being, we don't have percentages implemented, but if I wanted to add percentages, then I would multiply, you know, here 1 point whatever, 1 plus whatever the percentage modifier would be, and then multiply it onto it. And we need to do a similar thing in the trackable enemy here. Because there we do this click calculation step again. Just actually in this case using the exact same logic now that I think about it. Because it's still harvest archetypes and mount. It's just this is where the difference between the internal ways that things are working in a generalized matter versus how they're being presented, right? Because by nature, damage and dealing in this game has to be handled differently, but the actual calculations of how much damage you're dealing is done the same way as how much you're harvesting. So is that the only place that we need to touch upon this actually? We also need to do it for this, the auto harvesters and the monster hunter, because those are also different. Countdown has countdown re-zero, then collect resources. So does the target have resources left? Calculate harvested resource. Harvest damage. Okay, so I need to find wherever harvest damage is set. Suppose it might be outside then. Unless I'm not even setting it now that I think about it. I might not be setting it. Let's see here. There, harvest damage is just 1, of course. Right, because it's not being set. So once countdown reaches 0, let's calculate how much damage we actually deal here. So idle harvest damage. There's also the delay there, of course, but that needs to be calculated somewhere else. Basically every time the timer resets, I guess. Might be a good idea. It does mean that for the auto harvesters, there's always, or whenever the timer runs out, there's like some math that needs to be calculated, as well as every time the timer runs out. Wait, I just said the same twice. Yeah, so basically whenever it ticks, I guess, whenever the timer runs out, it needs to do extra math in order to calculate what the new delay should be in case you've upgraded and whether or not which is a bit inoptimal. I know there's only 5 auto harvesters, and you only do this once before you iterate through all the resources that you're harvesting. I just thought about something. Calculate harvested. Okay, so we do the clamped stuff here. And then this is how many resources left. And then are there any resources left? And then we destroy it. Yeah, so that's the same logic as in other places. So idle harvester variables harvest damage. That means huh. Okay. Just looking for a reference to the idle clicker, which does exist, but they were not set to anything. Probably because I ended up not needing it. I was like that mentality I had a lot when I started making this. It's like almost everything was referenced or needed a reference to the idle clicker because the idle clicker was the game manager essentially. And technically still is, right? So, but yeah, these harvest types are mineral and so forth. Okay, well, one thing at a time. So, idle harvester, idle click. And then we can say idle clicker stats manager. So we are doing it this roundabout way. Now the question is, because getting these references all the time might be a bad idea. Because we're basically taking a reference to a game object in order to then get the reference from another one. Still not super bad, but technically, you know, we should probably just, I should really just not be lazy and just have like a reference here to the stats manager, shouldn't I? I should really do one for the upgrade elements too. Okay, let's do it. Gonna require a little bit of code refactoring, but I really just should do this. No reason to call this idle clicker game object either, because there's only one idle clicker in the game. Since I'm not using the variable anyway yet, it should be fine to do it this way. At least it didn't seem like it. If something breaks, then I'll just have to fix it. And then I might have to change a third place too for the monster harvester. Idle harvester variables. Nope. Good. So the monster, yeah. This is like a weird thing. So the macros from Bolt are separate, like completely different from the Monster Hunter to the harvesters, but the actual script and the variable names are all the same. Just not to be confusing. And it's gonna lead the variable in order to reference the idle clicker if I ever need it. Might as well sort of hook it up too. And I really do prefer setting things up in a way where you have the references before you run the game, essentially, wherever possible. Oh, there's even like initialize idle clicker game object. I don't need to do that. I need to set the position of the... Oh. That is why it was not... Okay. Oh, yeah. We have to first rebuild our unit options. I know what this is for. I think. Like some initialization shit. But the benefit of being like everywhere that you can, the benefit of like, you know, setting all these references instead, like ahead of time instead of in runtime, is that one, you know, your game loads faster because it doesn't need to already do what's already been done, essentially. Oh, well, I guess it sort of would have to do that internally, maybe, but I don't know how it stores all that information. I guess it would be in the metadata somewhere. I digress. The point is, doing it in runtime, bad. For multiple reasons, too. What is this called again? Idle harvester. Idle click. Get that. We still need to do this step. But then... Oh. Okay, that doesn't even need the reference to the idle clicker. This just sets the initial position as a failsafe. Initialize position. This is just in case that the that I've moved them in the scene or something at some point. And then I just make sure that they're moved out of the way. But here we need the reference to the idle clicker because this is like, oh, okay. We have a variable there that is stores the position where you're hitting the ground with your cursor. And then every fixed update, the physics have to move this object around, like the idle clicker, whenever it is. When you click the spawn button. Okay. And then of course in here now, we don't even need the stats manager or idle clicker here because we have a direct reference to it. Nope, not the set, goddammit. There we go. But before we move on, I need to make sure that, yeah, all this is all okay. Because when we're harvesting resources, we need to add them to lists that are stored on the idle clicker because that also manages all your resources. And that's a case, again, where code refactoring should probably have been done at some point to move all resource handling away from the idle clicker and into somewhere else. The same with saving and loading, that really needs to be its own thing. To have multiple managers instead of putting it all in one, essentially. Okay, we also need to check out the monster harvester because the stimulus situation. Mission. And this is a place where I could also do some really handy code refactoring. Because a lot of this should be very much the same code, like moving it around is the same, as well as a bunch of other shit. So what I could do is just here, because I didn't know how to utilize the select on flow thing. So instead of having all this other code twice, essentially, I could just have all this in the same flow macro and then have two blocks, one for dealing damage and one for harvesting resources. And then just decide which way to go based on another, like, heck, even like a branch that checks if, oh, is this string like equals to blood, then deal damage. Otherwise, if it's equal to blood, then harvest resources. And then similarly within the same like blocks here, I can also probably consolidate a lot of this. Like the wise harvest sound handled the same. We still iterate through the harvestable list, the list of harvestable objects, all this junk. It's just the, yeah, it's just eensy beensy tiny bit different for the two. But maybe one day. I mean, it's like that sort of situation where if it works, don't touch it. At least I would rather not touch it if I can help it. Anyway, so that should bring us back to here now. So we have the harvest damage. And from the stats manager, we need to get the upgrade. Okay, I need to go into the idle clicker real quick, I think. Set click strength. Because it's basically this logic that I need to reuse in here, but in a different context. Instead of that stats manager, right? We get this one, and then instead of harvest archetype, no wait, still needs to be harvest archetypes, does it? Oh, right. This is the thing that I was talking about earlier. Because here for the auto harvesters, we only have 5 different upgrades, not 25. So I need to make a decision. Do we... Probably should. Is this inclusive step value by which... No, not... The index at which to end the loop exclusive. So if we want to end the loop on index 4, so go from 0 to 4, then it needs to be 5. Because we don't want the auto harvest upgrades here. And these do not follow the same. Iterate through auto harvester upgrades. Manual harvest upgrades. I think this is maybe a better way to do it. So basically separate them based off of what kind of upgrade. Yeah, I can see already the benefit because I'm missing one here for the processing building. Might make it a bit easier to also keep track of. Processing building amount, percentage, and speed. That's manager processing speed. I mean, they're all being initialized to 0, so that doesn't really like... I could have like a literal float for every single thing here, being as like a long go to go along with it, but it's just like, if I ever want to change the value that they all get initialized to at the same time, I can just do it in one place now. Not like I need to, probably, but you know. But then we basically have the ability now to set up different looping logic for every type of upgrade that we have. So for like processing buildings, we don't even need to go through a loop at the moment. I'll still keep the loop, but that's the thing though. They don't really need more. The secondary resources chance offset, that's one general upgrade. The same for... So the generate buildings are not separated by tier, I don't think, as of yet. I could technically make the generate buildings tier based as well, but the original plan was not to do that, essentially. So that all of the processing in general, generating building upgrades, that's like, oh, you upgrade all your generating buildings no matter where they are or what tier or whatever level difficulty, etc. It's like a general sort of wholesale thing. Because instead of being tied by tier in terms of how efficient the resource buildings are, it's instead based on the type of resources that they generate, which is a completely different system than harvesting resources. But I guess we can just take a quick look and see what it's like. Oh, right. Fuck. There we go. So if we go into our cave here, where we do have quests that will yield you a processing building and a generating building. So basically we have scriptable objects for them, right? So there's currently only 3 processing buildings as like test cases for the game. And this is where they have the name, the type of icon, and then what resources they can produce, right? So for instance, if we go into copper ingot, well, that is just a idle resource scriptable object in itself. And then in here you have, oh, okay, it's going to cost what? 1 copper ore as a base cost. And then processing time is 10 seconds, and you get 1 ingot out of 1 ore as a base. Meaning that if your modifier is 2, then it's going to take 20 seconds to yield you 2 copper ingots for 2 copper ore, basically. And the reason why it's done this way is so that I can clamp the speed upgrades, so that I can say, like, define, okay, you can't make it faster than 1 crafting cycle per second for any resource in the game. But by going up into higher modifier levels, it increases that window of opportunity for your upgrades to take effect, right? It's kind of the same way that when you harvest trees or rocks, that, oh, you might be able to harvest 100 resources per click, but if the tree only has 16, you're capped by your level modifier, right? And that is the whole idea of the modifier to begin with, is a way to scale up the prospects of every single given level. This is also why you can bookmark levels, and it's also why you can decide to override your bookmark levels. Because the idea is that, oh, okay, or the strategy, I guess, you can discard a level that you've had for a while now, but it's like stuck in tier 4 or whatever. And you've essentially capped out how efficient you can make the buildings you might have acquired in the level, or whatever it might be. But now, you know, if you discard it and you come across either because you came across another level that has buildings provided in it through quests that you are now more interested in, you can override the old level, and then these new levels, because the modifier has increased to that point where you now found this level you want to save down, you essentially have the opportunity now to get more out of your upgrades. There's actually a reason to keep upgrading the speed, because it's like it's a bar that goes back and forth. Whenever you increase your modifier, the bar gets longer, and every time you upgrade it, it can get shorter. So that essentially you can keep upgrading speed infinitely without the game requiring to go like, oh, okay, the smallest unit is like can only get so small before the computer essentially can't handle it anymore, because the only way to get around it then is to do multiple operations at the same time, right? Because then it's no longer a speed upgrade, but then it's just like another, like it's an amount upgrade in disguise, really. Because you're just scaling up like, okay, if you've upgraded it like this much now, you're essentially just crafting things so fast that you might as well just be crafting twice as much per half the time, right? I think some games do it that way to get around the limitation, but I think I would rather do it this way, because this way the speed upgrade is separated from how much you gain, like the amount upgrade. And also it would be a bit more clear, I hope, because it's not going to be affected by percentages, because it is in true earnest only speed. It also means that if you cap out on your speed, you can still upgrade the amount. So, but then the amount gets multiplied, like the base amount gets multiplied by your modifier. So not too sure on how to sort of deal with that in the long term, because I don't think there's any way for me to say like, oh, this building in this level has like an override yet. No. But I could technically do that, I guess. Or I could extend my quest system so that there is like a level override, modifier override increment or something. So say like, oh, in this level I want to have the player be able to get a smithy as well, but in this case the smithy is 5 modifier levels higher than the baseline. So essentially your room for growth is like 5 levels ahead as well in terms of progress, if that makes any sense. Meaning that it'll be longer before you run out of ways to improve the smithy in that particular level. That could be interesting. Not something I want to look at now, though. But it does mean that the different resources, like copper bars and copper coins, they have different, they can have different processing times as a baseline. But I don't have that many processed resources as of yet that at least have been like completely changed. And there's also the generate time and generate yield, because the smithy is like, oh, you're changing, like essentially crafting one resource into another. Or multiple resources into another. Actually, you can do that too. Doesn't have to just be, oh, pine logs into pine planks. Or it could be pine logs into pine planks, but then also require, like, I don't know, some kind of chemical substance next to it or something. Or like if you want to be really crazy, oh, okay, electrical element, now you've got like electric element infused pine logs, right? And then you can take those electric element pine logs and convert them into electric element pine planks, if I really wanted to go that far with the crafting system. And the generate building has the same setup or a similar setup where it's just like, oh, okay. Also a scriptable object. And it's just like, oh, it generates this one resource. And it is only that one resource because that's how the buildings are made UI-wise. They can't generate multiple ones. And besides, they are not intended to, because that would be a little bit overpowered, I think. Especially if once upgrades become relevant, because if you can just have a copper mine and upgrade the amount and speed infinitely, and then if it's not balanced properly, imagine the cost of upgrading the mine would require copper as well, you know, because it's a mine or whatever. Then it would just be like a self-upgrading mine up to a certain point. There are like some aspects to this where you're like, okay, well, if it requires stone and the only way to get stone is through manual harvesting, then eventually you're going to run out of stone, just not the secondary resource. So then you have a copper mine that keeps giving you more copper, but you eventually need to go to other levels to get stone, because that's a primary resource. At least the idea was that the generating buildings wouldn't produce, what do you call it, anything but secondary resources, but that's subject to change. Anyway, I should probably get back to figuring out this stuff. We're setting up the rest. Oop. Because we did change the stats manager now, so it's still the stats manager, but for this it's not going to be the harvest archetypes that we want. For this, it would be... Okay, let's just collapse these. Auto harvest archetypes amount for now. That's manager auto amount. And it's not idle clicker variables because we can just do, we have the stats manager here. Now the only question is to pick out the correct one from this list. Okay, well, we could technically make an auto harvest archetypes list, which only has 5 entries: wood, mineral, herb, fish, creature. And then if I need to expand it, I can just add more entries, and it should, you know, I wouldn't need to change any code for it to work. I think we should probably do that. That auto harvest. And then in all the cases where currently there's only going to be like 1 entry, it's not even like required for it to be a list, I guess. Like these could just be straight up floats instead of lists. I don't know how to deal with this, because I could just change them into non-list and just be like a float variable, right? But that means that if I need to extend those lists later, it's going to be a pain in the ass, because that means that all the references to the variables are going to break. If I keep them as lists now and I need to add more entries to the list for some reason, like say I want to add a generate building archetypes, for instance, or a processing building archetypes list, and then use that to extend the contents of the rest, the amount and the speed and all that, so that they're more separated. It'll be easier to do if they're already lists now from the get-go. Another thing that I can technically do now is I could also add a second list to everything that contains no, it wouldn't work this way at least. Because I also at some point need to somehow keep track of all the sources of upgrades, because right now we're just working on the upgrade building. But I want to implement items completely at some point, and they will be modifying the sort of upgrades as well. But that could be just a completely separate variable in the stats manager that gets incremented and decremented, and then wherever they're needed, they just get multiplied, added, whatever. So maybe that might actually be just keeping it simple, I guess. But I'm looking at secondary resource chance offset, which is also just a single upgrade. It might not even be an upgrade eventually, because it might just be a thing where like where it's tied to items or whatever. And as we already covered, like that list of these resources, which are all the different types, and the secondary resources can fall within any of these, well, then that would mean, you know, there could potentially be 21 separate upgrades for secondary resource chance offsets. And that could be either in terms of like directly upgrading them, which would be very maybe a little bit overkill. But it could also just be in relation to, say, items, right? So an item that increases the chance of getting herbs or fish or gems, you name it. Not logs though, because that's a primary resource, so some of these would be exempt. For simplicity's sake, I could still add it into like a like a full resource types list and then just only use the parts that I intend using and then just leaving the rest as blank entries. So they're there for consistency's sake, but not actually being used. Decisions. Lots and lots of decisions. At any rate, we do have the auto harvest archetypes. That needs 5 entries, starting with wood, mineral, herb, fish, and creature. And then we actually want to use this logic. Use stats manager auto archetypes. Oh. Oh, did I not build you? Oh, I didn't build unit options, did I? We only compiled the script. I'm going to use this opportunity to take a bathroom break. I will be right back. Hopefully it'll be done when I get it. All right. Seems like it's ready. Auto harvest archetypes. And then we iterate through these. Mm. I suppose I could also just do like tier 1 to 5 processing buildings, but I guess I can always do that, because if I keep these as lists now, then the zeroth index on this each of these lists would be tier 1 anyway. Which means that even say like really far down the line you load a really old save, all that it would do is just that it would load those buildings in as T1, meaning that any buildings would be that were saved with this system would basically just be loaded in as T1 and then be affected by T1 upgrades. But as soon as you would replace the level by something else, then or rather, no, not even that. It would actually just mean that you would only be able to upgrade, you would only have upgrades for T1 buildings. But in the future, if I implemented higher tier buildings or tier system in general for them, let's say you have a tier 5 building, then obviously it just won't be affected by the T1 upgrade. At which point, if you were to load that save and it's like, oh, this building is like a T, because that's like when you load the level, the buildings stay, and then it pulls the information off of those buildings. So if later I add more information to them, then when you load the game, it still loads or references the same buildings, but then now there's more data that needs to be loaded in and referenced. Meaning that now it will read, oh, it's a T3 building. And then if it's T3, and things are queued, then its own code will look at its own, oh, I'm T3, and then try and pull T3 upgrades from these lists, which at that point would just be 0. So, starting point upgrades. So nothing should really completely break, even in halfway unintended ways. Like say you get a T5 building, but it processes at the speed of T1. Wouldn't happen, because when you load the game or whatever, it would see first, oh, this building is T5, and then find the appropriate upgrades and apply them. Yeah. I don't imagine it would be that big of a deal. Just like fucking 4D chess. So we set up the stats manager to utilize auto harvest archetypes now. That means in here we already have a harvest type, which is just wood, mineral, etc., right? Yeah. Which means that we can just use that logic that we already have in here, but just replace the parts with the right variables. So instead of click strength, we're setting harvest damage. So that is that. And then we need auto harvest archetypes amount over here. And this should not be referencing a target game object, it should reference itself. because it already has like a string for the type on itself, where the dynamic part comes in. And then we will need the stats manager again, and then instead of the harvest archetypes, it's auto harvest archetypes. This one. So now we're just iterating over 5 different objects, and then for each checking if the string in that list of archetypes matches this particular auto harvester. And if it does, then we need to get its the upgrade that we have from the stats manager, and then add 1 to that, because our baseline is still 1 resource per harvest. And then that is and becomes our harvest damage that we set. So the first step is to do all that calculation here for the harvest damage. Or amount, or whatever you want to call it. Then once we've done the calculation, then we move onwards. Now ideally we would only do this down here whenever for these objects anyway, whenever the stat changes for the upgrade. Because unless the actual upgrade is incremented, or rather, like if any variable that we use to calculate the damage, unless any of that changes, there's no reason to do all of this. For now, though, we can just try and see how it runs. Because it is, after all, like, you know, a for loop going over 5 objects every single time it harvests stuff. Then again, that is a bit of a drop in the bucket, because, you know, every single resource within its range is also iterating a loop that gets iterated over every single time the timer goes down. So it's probably not as impactful as it might sort of seem. Still, it's not optimal, but oh well. For now, let's just do it like this. I don't think we need to change anything here because it's the same logic, or it's the same script rather. It has all the same variables and everything. Now the only question is, where do we do the damage? Calculate damage. It takes the harvest damage, which is the value, and then it gets clamped based off of a value between 0 and how much health it's got left. And then we subtract that value from how much health it's got left and set it to how much health it's got left. And then if that is 0, we need to destroy it and do a bunch of other crap. Such as adding it to our kill streak. A little bit, yeah, this was also made before I started utilizing the sequences. It was like, oh, true, go up here. And then all the for loops have an exit flow node that you can attach to anything that it needs to do after it's done the loop. But you can also just do a sequence and say like, oh, first go down, do the for loop in the sequence, and then it won't continue until the next part of the sequence until it's done with that. So it's like basically the same as the exit node. Only difference is that this is a bit more clean instead of doing, you know, this. Especially because if I need to add more steps to this I can do it a little bit better this way. Anyway. That should at least be it for the Monster Hunter and auto harvesters, I think. I guess we can just try it, see what happens. Also, let's make sure to unload that level. Okie dokie. I think I know which hierarchy I should probably enable. Whilst I'm testing this. Well, let's just do it this way first. I gotta go to always, just enable it. Alright. Okay, first problem. We already deal 2 damage. Why do we already deal 2 damage? Because they're all initialized to 1. What? Didn't I change that? What? Is it? No, they are float lists. So what? That's a bit. First archetypes amount. Add 0. Why are they all 1? Do I have something in here that I need to remove? I am a bit confused. So let's just, for funsies, try and remove that node. Because if it still gets populated with stuff, then that means there's somewhere else that all those variables get set, and I need to figure out where. I thought it was only the initialize variables thing in idle clicker, so... Alright. Let me just, not the control, we need an event. Just a simple one, because I just want to try something here. Okay, So it populates it with zeros if I do it now. Okay. I know what it is. I see. It's a bloody new game button. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Yep, that is exactly what it's about. I'm working on my game. Welcome. Oh god. Bang, it's here. Reset upgrade codes. Thank you. I've been working pretty hard on it. Well, plenty to go around. Oh. Oh, this is it. Hmm. Well, I guess I do need to have it in here. Bum, bum. This is just going for, so this is setting it. So it's because I'm setting it to 1 when all the variables to 1 whenever you press the new game button. Oh boy. This is gonna be fun. Because this is all the logic just required to reset one type of upgrade right now, so I'll have to somehow consolidate this.
Submit!
Thanks for the follow. Oh.
Submit!
Thanks you as well. Okay, I'll just forget about this for now and see if this works. And then worry about this mess
Wow,
later.
this is absolutely mint!
A diamond. I don't even know what that is on DLive. But much appreciated.
Wow, this is absolutely mint!
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so it's all 0. Okay, that fixes that bug. Let's get some resources and try and see all these upgrades are working as intended. So I guess we could already just test if this one works. Oh right, this is going to be a bit tricky to... That's just 2 trees. Okay, good. So if we upgrade that... It's not quite right. The upgrade level is incremented to 2, but then when it does the calculation, it mines 6 now? What? Just see if we can find that harvester. Thank you for that, Tidy. Oh wow. Damn, that's pretty generous of you guys. Holy shit. Thanks for the clarification too. I haven't been streaming for like a month because I've been working on my game behind the scenes, and before then I was doing alright in terms of streaming, but activity was fairly low, so I haven't really received... I've received a few lemons on D-Live, but that's not like the main reason why I'm doing it, but that is very generous. Thank you very much. Definitely goes into a good place. All right. Thank you. I actually don't know. Let me just quickly check in case you guys would be curious. If I does this work? Probably not. Because this would only show on... Yeah, this wouldn't show on the others. But I can just do like this. In case you were curious about the game. And want to learn more. That just takes you to the Steam page. Here. So it should harvest 3 at a time. What is going on? Thank you. Yeah, the 12th of September is right around the corner, so it's getting pretty close. Calculate. Nice. I can spell, I promise. So their harvest damage is free, but then why does it do... Or maybe it was more than... one tree. Also being featured on the front page, very much. Cool, cool. Well, this has definitely increased the effectiveness of these. Holy shit. Okay, I think it makes sense. Maybe I was just like not... No, wait. So the upgrade level is 4, so that should be 5 damage. But the 6? What? What? Why does it do 6? That doesn't make any sense. It upgrades to level 4. What does it do? Hold on a second. Gets the item. Why does it say 5? Huh? Is there something I'm not thinking about? Because like our manual one is level 0. Oh. Oh. wait a minute. That's not supposed to happen. What the hell? Why is that level? Oh, I have a feeling. I think I know what's going on. I think it's because I'm incrementing the wrong upgrades. Oh no. Okay, well, what kind of upgrade is it? Harvest archetype amount. And those are stored in the scriptable objects, if I recall. There. Auto harvest archetypes amount. Harvest archetypes amount. So they are differentiated there. Oh, wait. Is it because it's the Wood 1 upgrade archetype? Oh, it could be that. I forgot I didn't go in and change those. Okay, let's just... I'm just gonna take a wild guess and assume that this would fix it. If it doesn't, I'll have to look a little bit deeper, I guess. Dunk. And you. Okay. Please work. Back to basics. So if we upgrade...
Is that camera still running?
Why does it say 0 viewers? What?
Submit!
Hold on, what? Hello there, Solidia. Thanks for the host. Thanks. How many people why does it say 0 viewers? That doesn't sound right. Unless you can actually host someone with 0 viewers on DLive. Yes, your viewers hate users up. JK. Are you actually bringing people with you? Because it's like, if it's a bit weird that it says 0 viewers. But anyways, thanks for the host and welcome to. Okay, yeah, it's I'm restreaming both to Twitch and YouTube and DLive at the same time, so it's like I can never keep up with like how the different platforms always work. So sorry if I sometimes mix things up. The badass name. What, Dragon King? Like one of those really like early 2000s stereotypical usernames. Why do I... Oh, I do have restream. I do have a restream chat here, but it says 0 viewers because of Tidy Labs. Because like I've been trying to get integration working so that I get the notifications and the alerts and everything, but it's not always that straightforward, and everything doesn't always work as it should. Okay, so this is back to dealing 1 damage, but hold on, I have a suspicion. So I'm dealing 4 damage, but they're technically speaking 4 different upgrades with the wood tag or whatever. So it's possible that it's just adding them together, so it's 2 + 1 + 1, which makes 4. That might explain why. But then that also means I have to figure out jeez, actual damage calculation again. So here we're setting the click strength. Yep, I mean it gets set to 4. Yeah, I got the ID Labs bot. It's just like still saying 0 viewers though. It is pretty useful indeed. I do wish that you could do it with Restream proper. I did at some point use Restream's chat overlay on my streams, but then something happened and it just died. Welcome to Rainpipe. Thanks for being here. Null. Wait, okay. Thanks, you guys, for confusing me. Harvest archetypes amount get. At the index, what, 0? And that is free? Is it though? It is free. Should it be free? It should not be free. Oh, could it? Oh, it might be the actual way that I'm incrementing these then. Like if the keeps on confusing. Oh yeah, I've had that happen on Twitch too at some point, like rating someone only for them to say like, oh, I was actually just stopping my stream and we're gonna raid this person, and then you raid that person and then they also oh, I was just about to end my stream, and then you go like 5 lines down the rabbit hole and you don't even know who you are anymore. It's pretty funny that. Oh, this is why I'm adding 1 to this, which I shouldn't do. So what does the stats manager say now? Still says 4. Okay, let's just get some resources real quick. Could copy and add as a browser source in OBS for alerts. I have that, yeah. I have that. How can I Twitch? Restream. It basically allows you to stream to Restream's service, and then they send that feed out to the other platforms. So it basically just means that there's a little bit of delay involved, and then it's going to vary from platform to platform. But people basically have the choice on where they want to like hang out essentially. And then using things like bots and stuff, you can make them relay messages. And if you use Restream's chat overlay, then you can even see like what platform people are communicating through. So yeah, there's some pretty cool ways that you can get through and do that. Okay, so now it should be... It's 5. Why is it 5? Right. I think I see the problem. So when the upgrade is level 0, the default is that you still deal 1 damage or harvest 1 resource at a time. But as soon as you level it up to level 1, then it becomes 1 plus 1. Is that confusing? Because it technically makes sense that if your level upgrade is level 4, you should do 5 damage, because then it is increased 4 times by 1. Zero on Trovo, don't use that anymore. Well, if you're curious, I still have the link in my clip here. You can check it out on Steam. It's coming into early access on the 12th of September. So if it's got your curiosity piqued, then check it out. Yeah, I was actually going to try out Trovo too, whilst I was still subscribed to Restream, but then when I made the account, I made the brilliant mistake of using a different username, and then I wanted to change it, so I wanted to delete my account. But then all of a sudden, I couldn't create a new account because it said my email was already in use. So I ended up not doing it. 1 damage. Upgrade it. I did. Okay. But yeah, that is just a link to the Steam page. The only reason I use Bitly is just so that I can keep track of traffic, essentially. Otherwise, if you're curious, you can just search MonsterStone on Steam and then you'll be able to find it that way too. Okay, so... Pop. Now these guys don't use the correct stat. There. So it goes through this. It'll find something along the lines of wood. Then it'll take stats managers. Let's lock that window. Here. Okay, so they're not being upgraded. What is that emote? Can't really make out what it is. So let me see. We unpause the game real quick. If I press U, it's a chia pet. All right. Hold on, this is the right upgrade, yeah? Oh no, it's not. It's this one. There we go. I need to see what's actually going on. Okay, now I don't have the resources, but we get here. I can actually see. I can make that out at least. Auto harvest archetypes amount. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I think I know why. Oh, right. I can't do it this way anymore. Okay. So we'll need to pass this logic through here instead. I am working on this upgrade system, making more upgrades that you can purchase in the game so that you can harvest resources more effectively, essentially. And it's been, you know, a good while overdue that I actually got this worked out. But the general gist is just that you've had these upgrades for manual harvesting of resources, and every time you upgrade them, you know, you get more resources per click. But I have these auto harvesters that work slightly differently, and it's just not upgrading properly. So, and I'm using something that's considered visual programming, if you don't know what that is. Can I just change this to 1? No. Okay. B is required, but is never entered. I'll just try and leave this and see if it still works. But we need to change this. So stats manager. We need auto harvest archetypes instead. This one. Hold on. Do these not have a reference to the... Okay, they can. Okay, I'll just do it this way for now and then worry about that later. But yeah, I try and do my best to explain sort of what I am doing as I go about it, but I can't unfortunately go back and like explain it from the beginning, so because then, you know, you'd never get anywhere. But I just need to set up the correct references right now. So idle element upgrade archetype. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay, so what happens if I press this now? Then I can't afford it. Okay. Now we've got some resources, let's try that again. Okay. Why would it go through this? Huh? Oh shit, it's oh fuck, I see. Does it actually have to be equals? Like a string equals value? Or can I just do equal? Compares two inputs to determine whether they are equal. And what does this do? Determine whether this instance and another specified object have the same value, but specifically for strings. It's because right now it just checks if it contains this keyword, and lo and behold, auto harvest archetype amount contains our harvest archetypes amount, so that's why it does both. How long I've been working on this? Depends on how you define how long and working on this. Like, if you want to be completely anal about it, then we'd have to go all the way back to 2014, 15 or something, when I was at university working on small tidbits here and there. Not specifically working on this idea though. If you want to go back to when I specifically started working on this concept for the game, when was that? That was 3 years ago or something like that. 2 years ago about, I released the first alpha version of this game, but life circumstances have just made it so that I couldn't really carry on working on it from a legal standpoint. Not because I don't have the rights to my own IP, but because I've been dependent on the Danish social welfare system, and they don't allow you to run a business whilst receiving benefits from the government, essentially. So, but yeah, working on this on and off. In university, I was doing stuff like shaders, figuring out how to use Blender, getting better at using Photoshop, eventually switching to Krita. It's just like all the competences needed, basically. Yeah, I mean, it could be worse. The reason why I've been explained is because of an EU law that basically says that a government in the EU is not allowed to fund/kickstart startups inside their country, and receiving, you know, money from the welfare system is considered just that. So fortunately though, the job center these days has a new program that I'm partaking in, which then allows you to actually run a company in all legal aspects for a limited time period until you can, with the idea being becoming self-sufficient. For me, that cutoff date is the end of October, in case you're curious. So by the end of October, I need to be self-sufficient, basically. And I mean, yeah, if I can do that, then the idea is to work on this full time. If not, I'll have to reevaluate how to make that happen. I've got other options, but I would really not want to look into those unless absolutely necessary. We're talking about things like, you know, applying for funding, which is, you know, that's a risky, that's not something you can depend on, right? So, but it is still an option. Thank you. I am doing my best. Can't really do much more than that. Okay, I think we need to quickly restart the game. That might be easier. But yeah, an alpha demo version of the game has been available on itch.io for like 2 years, basically. But because I'm releasing it into early access on Steam, I decided to not explicitly remove it, but basically only people who already added it on itch.io will continue to have access to it. But yeah, already managed to do like a lot of stuff since then. Like, game didn't even have sound or music back then 2 years ago. And now there's also like, well, apart from all the bug fixes, I guess, some settings menu stuff that wasn't there either, so you can actually change your graphic settings, resolution, all that, which, you know, on when you just hear about it, you're like, oh, that doesn't sound so hard to implement, until you realize how complex UI actually can be. Actually reduce that. There we go. Being a bit loud. It's like I did all the UI on the stream too, by the way. I think it took like 1 to 2 weeks of just working on just the options menu, just alone, just to get it done. That kind of gives you an idea of how much effort that actually took. So, open you. I need to see what's going on. Okay, it doesn't enter. Could just be because it goes through that select down there. Let's try and do this. No, I can't afford it. God damn it. And if you're wondering, this basically auto-clicker speed, it's like, it's a built-in feature, it's not like outside the game. Yeah. And that's like one of the main concerns I have right now, because yes, the game, you know, I've spent a lot of time on it, but and it looks, from what I've heard from people, nice and stuff like that, and it seems promising, but at the same time I can't help but be a bit concerned about content. Why does it say false? Oh, I'm a doofus. The wrong string. Thank you. Some of the stuff that I basically worked on in university were like water shaders, lava shaders, and visual effects. Getting better at utilizing particle systems, as I said, Blender, making 3D models and all that stuff. When I started uni, I didn't even know how to use a modeling program, so... And it's not even because we had courses on it, that was all self-taught, so... All the 3D models in this game were handmade by myself. The only textures... Well, only, but the majority of the textures that I haven't made myself are all these icons. That is an asset pack, but everything else is, like, you know, obviously the logo and all that stuff is stuff I made myself. Of course, most importantly, all the programming and code. But yeah, all the textures for the terrain, the trees, the rocks, models, all that stuff. Shaders for my fancy water and stuff. It's not that difficult to make that kind of stuff once you learn how to use node-based shader programming. But oh, you're not the only one. I have pretty high hopes for the end game of this. I just really hope that it can live up to expectations, that's all. But yeah, the future of where the game is gonna end up isn't quite set in stone. I have some good ideas on what I want to do with it, which is mainly focusing on like an infinite mode to begin with. But I have like experimented with, you know, dialogue, a main quest line, and a bunch of other stuff that is more finite in nature. So you basically have, or can have, an overarching goal to pursue. But I remember from early alpha testing, one of the things multiple people mentioned that could be nice would be like a home area where you could hold on. That's the there we go. A home area where people could essentially build stuff to their own liking, like a home base essentially, which I do have on my Trello for like things that could be nice to make in the long run, but it's not something that's high priority because that would take a lot of specific stuff to make it work properly. But being able to give players agency is a pretty good thing. Hey, it went through the node. And it incremented something by 1 level. Let's see if that something is actually the wood upgrade. Yes, it works. Well, I assume it works. Yes, it works. So now I can finally upgrade these auto harvesters. Neato. So now when I place those, it's just like nice. Oh, that's pretty satisfying. Also very efficient. Nice. That's cool. Well, so far so good. And it seems like it just works, right? That's 6, and when I manually do it, it's 2. Does that make sense with the upgrades? Yep. Cool. That means that I can now upgrade the amount that you harvest with all these auto harvesters for a different type. It's just the costs have not been adjusted. This is all. They all just cost pine logs and sticks right now. All right. Cross that off the to-do list, I guess. Well then, what do we want to do next? Because I also have these auto harvesting speed upgrades. That I should probably look at. That would be going back to stats manager. Speed is being initialized to 0. Okay. Okay, so how are we doing here? And this house to collect it, add to the list. Bump. Cooldown. Has countdown reached 0? If it has reached 0, then we need to collect resources. Otherwise, we count down, and then if it is 0, then what? Wait a minute. No, if this is greater than 0, okay, there's still time left, and we need to update the text that displays how much time there's left. Okay. Right, and it does that first, and then we collect resources. So does that mean that we set the timer in here? Yeah, reset time, wait, left. And that gets set to the harvest delay. Okay. That means I need to set the harvest delay calculation somewhere around there. No biggie. That's manager auto speed. We need to get that. We essentially need to use this logic, but slightly differently. Because we still need to go through and get the right type. And let's add a sequence in here. So if this is true, then first we do that loop. And just continue onwards up there for now. And let's actually make that another sequence just for managing purposes. Just so I don't break that, forget to hook that back up again. Can always move things around later after all. So we need to set the harvest timer delay. Title harvester delay. Set that one. Then we need to get the speed variable at the correct index. And then we need to change the math aspect of it. So we need to have a clamp node. If I remember correctly, there should be one nearby. I can just like steal. Okay. Never mind. What's the difference between these two? All right. Thanks very much, Solidia. That is very much appreciated. Have a good day. Thanks for dropping by and everything. Awesome. Hold on, what? Floor, subtract, round to int. Oh, right, because it can go below, so this doesn't do the clamping for the time. Because it doesn't really need to. Okie dokie. Oh yeah, there should be like a clamp in here. I just want to make sure I use the right one, and I can't be bothered doing trial and error. Why am I having such a hard time finding it though? Iterate. There it is. That's the one. So the minimum value for this is basically how short of a delay we can have. So if I set this to 1 in this case, that means that the delay between harvesting for the auto harvester can't go down below 1, essentially. So at the very most, you can harvest resources every second. And let me just make sure I get this right. So this is our upgraded value, or our upgrade level. This needs to be multiplied. If we take our upgrade level and multiply it by, say, 0.1 essentially, then that means if you've added 10 levels, yeah, if you've added 10 levels, then you'll cut it down by a full second in terms of harvesting speed is the idea. But I'm not supposed to do add here, it has to be a subtract. So we need to subtract 0.1 from whatever value it's going to be, like its base value. So for funsies, we can just set this to 10 right now or something. The only reason why it is so fast right now, and it's because, well, I'm testing, right? In the actual game, it's not going to start at 1 second delay, because that would be a bit OP. But if we set the max to the actual value itself, that also means that it can go anywhere between 1 to whatever the value itself can be, like the timer or the delay itself, all the way down to 1. And then later I can replace this value with another one that's dynamic, which is like a baseline value plus the upgrade level of something. Actually, we can already do that. That's manager, auto harvest amount. And this is going to be an add. So if we take the stats manager and another get item from that list at the same index, then basically what we can do is say like, oh, if you've upgraded the amount upgrade 5 times, it's going to add like X amount of time to the, you know, the timer, so that you can keep upgrading the speed as you upgrade the amount, essentially. So there's like a trade-off. And we're not balancing this right now, so I'm just plugging in 0.1 for the time being. So basically, for every time you upgrade the amount, you're counteracting one speed upgrade right now anyway. But you know, we could make this 0.2. So every time you upgrade the amount twice, you'd need to upgrade the speed once in order to counteract it or something. Like we could even make it 0.3 or 4 or something. And it all comes down to what the upgrades are going to cost in the end, right? Because if the speed upgrade is going to be more difficult to upgrade because the types of resources are more rare, then the amount that you get out of that upgrade also needs to be reflected by that. But that's Future Dragon's problem. At any rate, if I did the math right, we should have it now where we essentially calculate the delay that we need it to be before we set it. And then that means... where do we even set the delay? Here. If we set that to 10, then that's the new default. And we're not quite done. Because we need to copy paste all this into the monster harvester because it does things a bit differently. I should really refactor this though. I can definitely see that now because a lot of this code is just rinse and repeat, or like straight up the same code. But there's basically just some differences in the monster harvester. Because it deals damage instead of harvests resources, so it doesn't need to do the resource harvesting step. But it still needs to do all the others, like setting the delay and so forth. So I should probably make like a unified flow macro at some point. And then just here decide, oh, do I need to deal damage or do I need to harvest resources based off a flag or something? That would definitely be a better approach. Because every time I change how this, or add stuff, I need to add it into 2 places. Which, you know, is not so optimal. But I digress. Let's just see if it works at least. Did I actually set up the... Fuck. I might not have set up the actual upgrades. Might be getting a little bit ahead of myself. Yup. Oops. These are not going to be wood 1, but just type. Yep. Okay, now are we good? I think so. Yeah, let's just see. And then once we've got all these upgrades working, I also need to add them to the save and load system and to the new game system. Because every time you load a game and then you decide to start a new game, we also need to make sure that all those upgrades that you might have, you know, improved upon in your other session or whatever before the new game, that all those upgrades get reset in a proper way too. Which right now only works for one type of upgrade. Okay, so first off, 10 seconds. Okay, that is not exactly what I expected. I mean, it did something, just not what I wanted it to. Fair enough. Get the wood harvester here and see what. The harvest damage or delay was set to 1. So why was it set to 1? What does the math say? Oh. Maybe if I subtracted it correctly. So it doesn't spit out -10. Fair enough. I acknowledge the errors of my ways. Oh. That's the wrong one. Damn it. No, wait, that was fuck. That was the right one. I forgot this was for the to increase it. Uh-oh. I might have broken my auto harvester because it got stuck now. Oops. Yep. But I think I know why the upgrades are not being carried through. We haven't set them up to. So, stats manager. Get the auto harvester upgrades. No, there. And it should initialize the list, but if we actually go into the upgrade elements, there's no logic to actually carry out that upgrade. Auto harvest speed. Need another one of these. And then let's see. What did we call this? Auto harvest speed in one word. Okay. That is the string that we need to check for. Like so. Because then we can feed this variable in instead, which basically means that it changes dynamically based on which flow passes through. So if it checks and it sees, oh, it's auto harvest speed upgrade, then it pulls the list for auto harvest speed instead. And then we can do that for percentage as well and other upgrades that might be relevant. Now that we have this and click the upgrade button, it should actually upgrade it. Because it was pulling the level correctly, but it wasn't being set to anything, so it was always just 0. But now if we level it up to like level 3, it should be like pulling, well, a float of 3. Hopefully. Good thing I implemented this auto clicker into my game, because holy shit, testing this is so much easier with that. Granted, I could also just make like a testing tool for just granting a ton of resources on startup, but I do want to kind of just go through the motions to a certain degree. Okay, it is definitely working. It's just that the timer isn't showing more than 2 decimals, so when it reaches 0 and it ticks, then it jumps to, you know, 0.091, I think. So it stays at 9 for just like a 10th of a second or something, and then it jumps down to 8. Or something along the lines of that. Let's just see by checking it out. So what does it actually set it to? It sets it, yeah, to 9.1. So now it's 8.5. So if I were to upgrade this, then it should add 0.1. So then it's 1.5 or 10.1 minus 1.5, and then the outcome gets clamped down to a minimum value of 1, so you can't be faster than that. But you can be much, like, you can be infinitely slower, essentially. Until, well, you reach the variable limits of the type itself. Yeah, now I can speed it up and also increase the amount of resources harvested per at a time. I mean, that gives you some player options, I guess. Of course, with the auto clicker enabled, that is also really, really fast. But then again, the automatic harvesters are like a set it and forget it kind of ordeal. Yeah, you then have the option like, do you want to speed it up or do you want to increase the amount or balance it and so forth? It's just a matter of tweaking the values now. Well, that and also figuring out what resources need to be spent upgrading these. Shouldn't just be sticks and pine wood. Pine logs. I also haven't really figured out how I want to introduce these auto harvesters, because right now you just start out with them, and I mean, having all the tools available at the beginning is kind of nice, but I could make it gated by a one-time upgrade, essentially. Or if I do like some kind of finite quest line stuff, say, oh, when you get to this point, you unlock the auto harvesters, for instance. I haven't quite made my mind up on that. But yeah, that should mean that those are all working now. Of course, oh yeah, right. So one issue is if I introduce the auto harvesters really late down the line, but all the upgrades start out at, you know, level 0, and the resource costs are made to match, it would mean that once you finally unlock the auto harvesters, you'll just immediately want to upgrade them to like level 30, 40, or whatever would be, you know, appropriate for that time when you actually unlock them, instead of just having that choice from the gate of the game and then deciding which direction you want to go. I mean, it could also be like, oh, if your manual wood harvesting amount is level 10, then you unlock the auto harvester. I don't know. That is food for thought, I suppose. But that is the basic implementation done. Because I just realized something. I forgot that I set all the upgrades to be tier based. The issue is that we only have one value for the harvest damage. Well, it's not the only issue. So we set the harvest damage, which works, right? But after we set the harvest damage, then we go through the list of harvestable game objects. And then what? Right, this is because it needs to have an indexed list of all the items it needs to affect. So for some reason, before it gets to do its damage, because I can place down an auto harvester, and then it basically, whenever you move it around, it checks, oh, what objects are within my vicinity, and then it adds it to a list, and then it starts the timer. But if I remove something, I don't think it doesn't get removed from the list until it reaches this step. So does that mean, hold on, can't even remember how it works. Yeah, figured. So the timer will continue going, and then it will carry out everything. But then because you manually harvested all trees, there's nothing left to destroy, so this is like a failsafe, I guess you could say. Good enough. Just making sure that it makes sense. Doesn't make so much sense that it creates the sound when there's no resources, but I digress. I think this is good enough. But then we go through the list of harvestable game objects we want to affect. And all of this is related to harvesting those resources. So we calculate. This is fucking annoying me now. There we go. Harvested resources. By taking the harvest damage on this object and clamping it between 0 and how many resources are left. Okay, so I think I know how I want to do this. We should be able to manage doing this today at least. If we go to idle harvester variables and we find harvest damage, we need to make 5 different variables for this, or a list of floats. Let's do it as a list of floats. Because then we can just have 5 indexes, 1 for each tier, instead of hard coding a separate value for every single one. So then I can just reference the index based off of what tier the resource is, instead of specific ones. Yeah, that would be better. Because otherwise I'd have to make like 5, basically a switch of 5 cases for each of the 5 tiers of damage, and then for each auto harvester also locally store separately every one of those 5. So it's basically, okay, how fast can this auto harvester harvest T1 to 5 resources? And then for what we want to do is for every resource that is in its vicinity, we check what tier resource is it before harvesting, and then pulling the respective harvest damage from the list. So like we're doing right now, we want to set the harvest damage, but we just need to set all the harvest damage for all 5 tiers now.
So the logic isn't gonna, or order of things isn't gonna change much. We're just gonna change it from a single value to a list. And then we're gonna reference the each individual resources tier when we're trying to apply the damage. How does that even work? Right. That means I need to go back to this to the stats manager and change stuff too. Okay, what do we want to do first though? Let's start at the stats manager so that is done. Because now we need to fucking revert some things again. Because the auto harvest archetype amount is now going to be dependent, is still supposed to be dependent on tier. It's just the size and speed are not. So we should be able to just move those up there. Because then it just creates it according to the full archetypes list, which is 25 elements. Just thinking it through. Yeah, and the speed and the harvest size are generalized ones, so they only have 5 upgrades each, which is fine. Because we have to, I have to remember that this list of harvest archetypes is not specifically tied to manual harvesting. It's just a list of all the different resources with an associated tier is all, as opposed to one that doesn't have tiers but just the baseline types. It's a bit like hard to wrap my head around, of course, but it's okay. So first off, we need to change this to stats manager harvest. Harvest archetypes. I'm going like that because the naming convention is bugging me now. Because this implies that this is specifically for the auto harvesters archetypes, but it's not like that. It's more like, oh, harvest archetypes is the full list, or rather it's tiered, and the other one is actually the harvest archetypes list, or simple harvest archetypes list. The thing is, if I want to change that now, I have to go back and change all the references to it. But if I don't do that now, I'm gonna, like, if I go back and look at this code, say like several months from now, I might just spend extra time reacquainting myself. What to do? Because we could call this tiered harvest archetypes. And then I can have a simple harvest archetypes and an extended harvest archetypes. Instead of this being auto, then it's just simple. And the reason why I mention a third one that doesn't currently exist, the extended one, is in case I want to make another list for all these 21 instances of resource types. Because that would be an extended one. And then if you wanted to, a tiered extended list would be 21 times 5, like a list of 21 times 5 entries, because 5 tiers times 21 types. That would be a very, very long list, and equally so if upgrades were involved, so that probably won't happen. Because that would be a bit overcomplicated for no reason. But that's like going back to what I said earlier today. Items and such might need something like that internally in order to function. Because they need somewhere to store the values that are getting upgraded or something. Or at least have a reference to the different types of resources. And then create an associated list that has just equally as many entries in order to apply the upgrades appropriately. And if tiers are involved, yeah, it's going to be long lists we're talking about here. This is going to be fun though. I'll also have to go through every single... Yeah, I have to go through every single upgrade. Every single upgrade instance in my upgrades menu. Because I need to assign the stats manager. So that everywhere that I need the stats manager, I don't need to do... like get it through the idle clicker, which I think I'm currently doing. One thing at a time, though. Let's start here where we have some stuff that's written now. That's manager. Tiered. Because this has to be tiered. Yeah, this is that point where it's annoying that this is separate from... Yeah, I might do some even more... I think I might just eventually like consolidate these two scripts into one. Because if the only difference ends up being the damage dealing part, and I can separate that, because look, now I have to go in here and change this too. And if I change anything in terms of the calculations for the stats as well, I'd have to change it both places because there are hard-coded values in here. And if I forget one of the two, then it becomes problematic. Yeah, and this as well is like a... Oh, this is a mess. Okay. Let's just fucking do the whole thing. If we take this damage dealing super unit here, and then we take super unit, which is basically like Bolt's variant of having functions, if you will, but like it's like nested code essentially. So in here, we need to have a control input, which we just call enter. And enter. And we need a control output, which we call exit. If this didn't bug out, then it worked. Good. Pom pom pom. So what would you even call this? Process numbers? Damage and timer. Bup, bup, bup. Number calculations. We can always change that later. But then I would want a branch here. And then we need another variable added to idle harvester variables, which that's the at least something. This is already shared between the two of them. So harvest type. I could technically already use harvest type and say if it's monster, then go down and deal damage. If not, then I just don't know what is, if it even matters. Because the alternative is to use a bool flag and you just set it to true or false. So it's like, oh, is this true? Up. Is it false? Down. But we can also do this. Nope. Need the one above. And then that would be creature. Hey Argron. Hope you're doing well. Been a while. How's life treating you guys? There we go. So if it's a creature harvester type, then we deal damage, and if it's not that, then we collect resources instead. And should I ever need like a third case, then here we can just add another branch that says, oh, is it a third thing, then go in there instead of collecting resources. Or whatever we might need. So, let's copy paste this into here. Basically, we just want to extract all the reused parts. So hook that up like so, because it's supposed to be there. Okay, so How much of this can I reuse? Initialize object number, temp count. Because we don't need to do this more than in one place. And calculating the amount of damage that we do needs to happen in the other place too. Okay, so let's actually copy this block stuff into here for now. And then delete this essentially. And then we want to hook up this one to there. And then this one to there, because then we can delete this. Already have the input going in the right place. And in theory, I think I should just be able to say like, oh, do all of this and then leave here. Once you're done. So we go in, do all of that stuff that's connected in this long string of logic, and then once all of this stuff has been carried out, then it continues executing the rest of the code, essentially, aka outside of this code block. Oh. I was like, where did this belong to? But I see that now. Can I? Thank you. Belongs to up here, doesn't it? There we go. So we do create the destruction particle effect, which at some point also has to be refined and all that. Then here we want to calculate the amount of damage that we do. So don't want to do any of this up here. All of this. We don't want to do most of all this, because it's already been done. Bum 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 bum. Okay, maybe I need to do this calculation in the actual nodes, or at least the logic for it. Because this is where we retrieve the stat that we want to deal with. Right now it's just a list though. And then we reduce the amount of resources left. And all that jazz. All this should be able to be thrown out. Rigging code refactoring, huh? Cause yeah. Here we have the similar, like the exact same setup, right? Okay, but true it... Oh, right. Okay, so these need to be different regardless. Because in one instance we're dealing with enemies, and the other we're dealing with resources, and those are two different types of things. And we're also checking different stuffs here. What about the destruction effect? I guess that might as well just stay, because it's kind of tied to whether or not right. See, this is also a case where we could do something clever. Oh. Oh, right. No, we can't do it that way. Or wait, we can. So in events, we can do what's called trigger a custom event. We can send an argument along. So what we could do is that when we get here, we first trigger this event instead of going down and instantiating a copy of whatever and all that stuff. Then when we're done with that event, we carry on executing code as per usual. Now, what we can do with this is that if we take that custom event and I didn't give it a name, but we can say like on destruction particles. Put that in there too. Like so. So now essentially we're just calling that event. And this needs one argument. So here we can then pass along that argument and then run this code essentially. So this does exactly the same as before. The only difference now is that if I need this functionality somewhere else, like in deal damage, we can just call this event, right? Which essentially means here, that doesn't need to be a sequence, but we might as well. We can even make this a sequence here because this is basically the same. So now we've eliminated this destruction particle effect code in one place. And we're reusing it. Or, well, we've eliminated it in two places and then we're reusing it now. And we're just plugging in the object and then triggering the event and then it continues onwards. So then instantiate it, particle effect at the position of that object, yada yada. That should still work. That makes it even cleaner for us now to deal with. Because that means that all the rest of this code should essentially be like unique. The only thing that is a little bit bugging me is this. Because this is not a big deal, but it's still like copy-pasted code. Because it does the same thing in both cases. It iterates backwards through the list of harvestable game objects, and then it sees, oh, is this like what I need to do with it? I'll also have to check the rest of this code at some point. Because one thing is stuff like this. Like the actual target acquisition part I haven't looked at. Yeah, so this here. This is something I need to look at. So this adds the list items to a list, right? The game objects. This is where that happens. But the way that I'm doing that right now is that I'm basically checking if they have a component called attackable enemy. And that is just like I think an empty script, I believe. So instead of using tags or layers, essentially. And that is obviously going to be different depending on whether or not it's an enemy or a, well, a tree. Because I do differentiate between the two. As they have different scripts in this, different variables present. Even though they represent similar things, right?
Submit!
Thanks for that, Fortune. Let's try and separate these out first. And then move this one over because that's just an initializer. Put that up there. Because we can just add sequences in here, can't we? That and that. So on trigger enter, we want to check, is it an enemy or an harvestable object? And then when we leave, then the object that triggers that needs to also check this. Something weird here. Oh. I think I know why. Just need to make sure that I hook up everything correctly. Yeah, so that needs to be hooked up to the remove game object from list. And the other one needs to be hooked up to 3 things, including adding it to a list. Gotcha. So, in other words, whatever it's doing down here, there, and there needs to be done. Oh, and let's actually remove these just so it doesn't get too confusing. Oh, right. It's already connected to those. But then it's like gonna depend on what type it is. Okay. Just trying to like deconstruct how I did this. Idle enemy manager. Oh, right. That is still this. So basically, if it has attackable enemy, then it also has idle enemy manager. And if this is not null, then we can do that. So it carries up there, and then if it contains the appropriate thing, then we need to add it to the list. And then we need to add the check that we had somewhere in here again. Basically so that, oh, is this like a creature harvester? Then we need to not do certain things essentially. And can I set this up in a bit more consolidated way? Select on flow. Yeah, I should be able to do this. No, wait. No. Okay. So we feed that in there instead, and this into there. So is this creature type? Then we need to be doing damage. So that means we go up to true. Otherwise we go down to false. So that's what this sequence did. Then we do the same for when we leave. Now that I notice, it doesn't even seem like I need to even do these steps. Because in theory, that's what these actually already do. Because I check, okay, what's the resistant? Oh, right. No, I have to still check it because if it's an enemy, it's gotta... Yeah, okay, never mind. It's a different scriptable object and all that. So that is a bit different. So this is where it's like, oh, is it a creature? Then we can harvest it. And this is where if harvest type is on the harvester is like wood cutting, then it's like for resources necessary because it's a bit more generalized, I guess. Then we add the object to the list of objects that we need to harvest. And this is just resetting the timer. This is also stuff that could probably make do with being put into a like making use of an event, so that every time I need to reset the timer for some reason, I just call the event and then we reset it in the same way everywhere. But it should be all right. Because the timer stuff is the same no matter what harvester. It's just the target acquisition is going to be different. This part here. It's just that when we remove items from our target acquisition and there's no targets left, we might as well reset the timer and then the canvas, because like hide the timer, that is. Okay. So that means in Monster Harvester here, we need this to be an idle harvester, not fighter. We don't really need to have an idle fighter, I guess. Or at least that is the idea. So far so good, but we're far from done yet. Calculate. Also spelled wrong here, of course. So if we go back to number calculations. We need to cut it off there because all of that isn't supposed to happen. I think this might be okay. But all the harvesting damage we set should be the same. Next up. Okay, all of this shouldn't need changing, should it? What about the upgrades? Yeah, they reference harvest archetypes, so that's just needing replaced with stats manager tiered harvest archetypes. Since we did rename that, we need to do the same down here because stats manager simple harvest archetypes, except wait, no, yeah, this has to be set like this, but auto harvest speed should be fit in there directly for now. Because I forgot that we were supposed to be doing tiered upgrades for both manual and auto harvesting. So it is like this. Guess we can just move this further down. And this needs to be fit in there. This one can just stay, because we'll eventually need that. Okay, bomb. Wait. Just making sure it's hooked up correctly. I think it might be. I hope so. That's probably something I haven't thought about, but okay, I need to take a quick toilet break, and I'll be back, and then we'll test it and see if it works. Fingers crossed. Let's give it a spin, shall we? What could possibly go wrong? Well, everything, but I digress. Come on. Uh-oh. Oh, right. Stats manager. That's a place we need to change. We need to get the tiered. And the simple. Let's also change this to simple, just for good measure. Tiered harvest upgrades. And while I'm at it, I should probably check. Okay, I should have seen that coming. We have to populate these lists again. Those are the things, right? Wood, mineral, herb, fish, and creature. Come on. This takes a lot more concentration than I thought it would. Herb 1. Fucking shortcut keys. Yeah, I forgot. Since we essentially removed the old variable and changed it with a completely new one, all the initial entries that need to be defined were obviously lost. So when it was populating these lists too, it was like doing a count, well, on the wrong list, but even if we had run it now before this, then it would just say like, oh, there's 0 items in this list. I might change it so that the initial upgrade level for every single upgrade is always going to be level 1 instead of level 0. Because it is a little bit confusing that you do 5 damage, but you've leveled it up to level 4, you know? It's all in the matter of like representation, so. Uh-oh. Nice. Can't even collect resources because reasons. Oh. Where does it go wrong? Let me guess. Harvest resources? Yeah. Of course. Forgot. That's manual harvesting too. Is also affected by upgrades. And so is attackable enemies. Delete. This is another case where I'm again doing the exact same particle effect creation process, but copy pasting instead of just reusing because old code. That's my excuse. Hey, we can get resources now. What do you know? Zero. Okay. Not quite what I was expecting. Oh wait, is it because it's because we didn't implement it, isn't it? Yeah, we go through here and then it's like, oh yeah, harvest damage. Oh right. 0. Just pause the game. So how do we do this? In here. So oh my god, this also says calculate. Because it's like made here and then I'm just, oh god damn it. Okay, so we get idle resource manager on the target game object, which has the resources that are left, which we then reduce and all that stuff according to the click strength. Okay, so how do we set the click strength? We get the tiered. Right. Yeah, because it's like we need to do this. So in number calculations here, where we set the harvest damage, we can't just set the harvest damage here because it's a list now. So here. Okay, yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky because we have a list of 25 items and we need to extract only 5 of them, but then also sort them from 0 to 4. Oh boy. Okay. So we go through all our tiered archetypes and then we compare it with this one's harvest type, which in this case is wood. So before we were using the equals, which no longer is applicable. So we got to do string contains instead again. So basically, does this string from this list contain the string wood? If that is true, then we need to then we need to set the harvest damage equals to auto harvest archetype amount based on the index. Auto harvest archetype. So from a list of 25, we're finding the correct upgrade in another list of 25. But then we need to set it in a list of only containing 5 items appropriately. From the top to bottom. So somehow we gotta take that index and then interpolate it. This is where my math fails me. Is there like a clever way to do this? Because I guess we could say like, oh, you know, positions that are further down, like beyond the first 5 indexes, gets interpolated down to like, you know, the closest whatever. So if it's position like the 10th variable, then it just, you know, it's put on the 5th place in this 5 long list. So how do you do that? Alternatively, I could just clear the list, or we could make a... that could actually work. That would maybe be the simplest solution. So if we go in here under variables, we can create an object variable, which are specific to Bolt's sort of setup. So harvest damage index. And then we set that as an int literal. Which is gonna be 0. So that before we enter this loop, we reset this local variable. Then, whenever we get to this true part, or rather after, we need to get the object variable harvest index, then do an add, another literal int, which is 1. So whatever it was before plus 1, aka we're just incrementing it by 1. And then we need to do a list, set list item, at this index into, well, harvest damage list. And then the number that we insert would be this one. And I need to remember to also update this variable so that whenever we finish like so actually. So first we get what the index is, and it's 0 indexed because that's how lists work. So in the very first position it's going to start there, and then it's going to add that item and then increment the index by 1 so that if it loops over again, then oh, the next index to put something into is number 1. I don't know if this, I don't remember if this will just work as is. Let's see. Nope. I figured. Because it's like, index size of collection. So because this was not set to a size of 5, I didn't know what to do. So if I upgrade the, I can't afford it. Okay, let's try and actually be able to afford something first and then upgrade. How about that? So when this counter goes down, damn it, didn't quite work. Okay, so why did that not work? Title harvester variables in this list, insert the auto harvest archetypes amount from the stats manager at index position this. So if we go to stats manager, are we actually, no. So the upgrade is not doing what it's supposed to. So what does it say here? So this is another case where it needs to be contains again. Does this contain the keyword wood? Maybe? Or that might actually just have botched it. Maybe I can't just do it that way. No, wait. Oh, we'll just test it. I mean, it went through. The question is... Okay, did it for element 0. Which is exactly what it should do. Still doing 0 damage though. All these are saying 5 now. I mean, it's progress, but also not what I wanted. Yeah. Why did it update them all to 5? For each tiered archetype. Check if it contains the keyword wood. And if it does, the first one, which it contains the keyword wood, it sets a specific item in the list to what? To auto harvest archetypes amount from index, whatever it should be at when it's iterating through. Then why are all these like 5? Okay. Oh, that's why. I was looking at the fucking wrong list. This was the manual one. So when I upgrade this, it's because it sets all of them. Okay, that makes sense then. So it's in the upgrade code. We need to change something. So upgrade archetype. Okay. I think I know what we need to do in order to fix that. Because if we go to these, yeah. Also, it shouldn't be contains, it should actually be equals. The issue is that these are not listed with tiers anymore because I changed that, but they're supposed to. Eesh. Weecha. And I think I just botched something. Yep. Try that again. Okay. Go back here. Change this back to equals. That's also why we weren't getting any upgrades at all before, is because it was like, oh, but it says wood in the scriptable object, not wood 1. So it didn't find any matches, but now it should hopefully work. I've been saying that a lot today. I mean, that's kind of... What the fuck? Thursday. Okay. Just got startled because I just heard some fucking loud drums outside. There's a park over here, and it's basically like over the summer they're doing these open air concerts. Guess they're doing some sound checks today. Just a bit surprised because not Friday. Complete. Okay, well, let's see if it at least just works. I should probably change the timer default to like something way less for now. Damn it. Oh shit. Oh fuck, I know exactly why. I forgot. There was that other thing. Can I just go in here and say harvest damage 5 and then it does it create? Yes. Because then I can save making code to actually initialize the list of some dynamic circumstance. I could technically do that. Say like, oh, how many tiers are there in the game? But I mean, I'm not planning on exactly adding more than 5 tiers. Because already 5 tiers is quite a lot. Since every tier is going to have its own associated resources and its own associated like level types and everything. So even 1 tier is just having 1 completed tier is a huge milestone already. But of course, you know, we're making the frameworks to make all that possible, so we at least need to make it so that it facilitates that. And now it works. Yes. Except it does 0 damage. Okay. So why do you do 0 damage? All your variables are set to 1. Oh. Or rather, I think I know why it's set to that, but it's more like, why are all the variables set to 1? Stats manager, what do you say? Stats manager says all my variables are 0. Wait, oh, right. That makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Okay. So the reason why we're probably not dealing any damage is because of this. Yes. Okay. So this is where, now that I think the other stuff should be working, this is where we want to do the similar thing as this here. So idle resource left. Where do I check what tier these resources are? Here. Idle resource archetype. If we take that into the auto harvester, an idle resource manager, which we can get here for specific objects. We can then get the archetype And then we need to iterate over a list, but which one? Should be the tiered archetype again. We need to iterate over this list and then string equal. And that was that thing where it's like, oh. Yeah, you can also just do it like this, can't you? Just do it like that. So if this string down there is equal to that string, then we need a branch, which is basically just an if statement, this. So this evaluation comes up with something that is true, which, I mean, it should. It goes through all the upgrade types or whatever by comparing every single resource that it comes across. And then if it does, it needs to get harvest damage. We need to get a list item. Oh shit, wait, no, we can't do it this way, can we? Heck. I have an idea. Okay, so this is a little bit different then. So if we take harvest damage, which we know is a list of 5 items, we iterate through that. And if we find that, not the item itself, but the index, which would be an int as string. Can I do that? Because normally it's the other way around. Is it toString? What's it calling? And yeah, int toString. That's what we need. So if we take that as in string, we can then check, oh, does this index exist in the resource archetype? Except wait, we need to do one step extra. Int literal 1. Don't see why this wouldn't work, but we take that plus 1 because lists are 0 indexed. So basically the first entry in our list, which is tier 1 damage, we then figure out, okay, is it a tier 1 resource? Because this archetype contains a number 1 to 5 on every resource, denoting what tier it is, regardless of whether or not it's an enemy or whatever. So we'll need to change this for the enemies, but they do still have a variable that's equivalent. So now if it contains this, then we need to set the damage equal to that value. And let's see, what's a good way of doing this? So we can either do this. Yeah, let's do it in sequence. So the first step of the sequence is to go there, and then once we're done, we need to set the actual value. So this is going to be a little bit messy looking for the time being, but, you know, just bear with it. Try moving around so that that flow at least is in a proper position. X in the center square. What? Sure, what do you mean? But can we then just break the loop? Will this work? So then we go through the loop until this condition is true, and then we stop the loop, and then we take whatever value we arrived at, feed that into the damage that we need to do to that particular resource, and then yeah. Oh. Isn't the thing about war games like the only way to win is not to play or whatever? Isn't that like the moral of it too? Question is, does it actually do the damage? It also does complain, so... But that might just be a leftover. Oh wait, it doesn't... How is that disconnected? Oh. Hmm. The number still says 0, but it does harvest the correct amount right now. So if we change this to 3, what would happen? Would it... Also, the timer doesn't stop properly anymore. Okay, it only removes 1 still. Oh, right, it's because it overrides the, oops. Now it should do 2. Thanks for that follow there. Think it worked? No, it did not work. Well, I mean, it's 2 here, but the thing is, it pulls out 1. Why is that? Also, how does it even get to the 4th index? Because as soon as this becomes true, it should stop iterating over it. And the first index is literally tier 1, so... Unless... Doesn't index start at... Am I just like fucking doing a goof now? No, it should start at 0, right? So let's see here. Yeah. Oh, right, okay. I was just like looking at the wrong thing. Hmm. Unless this is not a good way to do it. No, definitely only does 1 damage. What value does it get? I mean, it says it gets 1 here. Hmm. And now it does no damage. Oh, okay. So it doesn't even get through here. Interesting. What's going on? Zero to 4. Wait. I was doing the fucking... I was doing it in inverse. It's like, oh, does 1 contain wood? 1. Fuck. No wonder it wasn't working. It did the opposite of what it was supposed to. Christ. Well, okay, so far so good. Still not working, but Oh, right. Maybe if I okay. Okay, so far so good. It's removing the correct amount of resources. We're just not displaying the correct number. So where do I do that? This is the destruction particle effect, but what about the... Spawn destruction particles, yeah. That's secondary resource spawning. Calculate total harvested, which is 0. Then we add what? We add this value up here. So we go from here where we have this fucking value down here, which is 1. Why does it say 1? Total harvested is 4. So we set it's upgraded to level 1, so if there's 2 trees, it should be 4, right? So that number definitely gets set correctly, from what I can tell. Huh. Is that because it happens out here? Display timer. Cooldown text, countdown text. Direction particle effects. Hmm? Why do I have such trouble finding it? Is it because it's in here? It's because it's in here. Oh, I think it's because it actually generates the pop-up first, and then it subtracts the resources and does all that. So we need to move all this into another super unit. Control input, enter. Control output, exit. Should be as simple as just copying this across. We don't even need an exit, actually. Bloop. Because then, if we go out here, we can add a sequence so that we first do either of those, and then once that is done, we do the damage pop-up and reset the wait time left. That's also why the UI is like probably not doing hey, it shows the right number now. Would you look at that? And it disappears. Nice. Okay. Fucking let's go. So does it work? Yes. Yes. It works. Fucking works. So that means now if you were to place the wood harvester in a combined area where there's tier 2 wood next to tier 1 wood, then, or trees, then all the tier 1 trees would be affected by the tier 1 upgrades and all the tier 2 trees would be affected by the tier 2 upgrades. But the combined amount you harvest is getting tallied up and everything should be Gucci. Ooh, okay. I think that is a good place to stop for today. My brain is spent. But we managed to get a lot of stuff done today. Especially like code refactoring. If I can just combine it all. So I don't even have, I haven't tested it, of course. We should probably do that sometime tomorrow, maybe. But yeah, we need to make sure that it can sort of target the monsters properly too. I don't see why it shouldn't be able to. But I mean, at least for regular resources, it works now. So yeah, tomorrow then we'll look at the monster layer or whatever. And then go through the upgrades that are not implemented yet and see which ones we want to do next. Because there's all the tiered upgrades, of course, but let's just focus on tier 1 for now, maybe. And then getting the stats implemented. Then once all that is done, we can try and build the game and sort of make sure that everything works. And if it does, well, then that's at least one update to the game that we can push out. I'll probably not update the game build right now because early access and everything, so this would be like an experimental branch update, which I would have to look up on how exactly to do. But yeah. That is kind of where I want to leave off today. Oh, the fucking Stream Elements tips, all-time top 3 tippers is working today. I was wondering that yesterday. I saw they weren't working. Would be really cool if I can also get a separate list for for DLive now that I've got some very generous people throwing money at me today. So, but I don't know if that is actually possible, unfortunately. Anyway, that's all I have for you today. I hope you found it interesting or learned something. And again, if you want to check out the game yourself, you can find it on that link, of course. And yeah, plan is just to continue going like this, keep the ball rolling until the early access release, and see how far we get. It's not like, you know, early access release is gonna mean the end of the development of the game, so there's still plenty more to do. I want to continue doing these streams for as much as possible and wherever possible, but as we reach closer to the release date, I will most likely end up having to do some management related tasks that I can't really stream. Some of it contains, you know, sensitive information, as you might expect. But other than that, if you're into this kind of stuff, consider, you know, hanging out another time. Anyways, that's all I have for today. Thanks everyone who dropped by, gave some tips and so forth, and hope to see you all in the next one. Until then, I hope you have a great day and talk to you again soon.